I think I did it right this time.
Almost.
I almost want to bet that it actually started going live from when I hit go live, even though YouTube said I wasn't live yet.
It did.
Yeah.
But we are now.
Hey, one day I will not figure this out.
We can always pretend.
I pretend every day. Right.
I think the phrase is fake it till you make it, and I say why stop then?
That's right. Just keep going.
Just keep faking.
Speaking of just keep going, I think in the effort of continuing the build series, our Nando has proved that we are in fact on the internet right now, and so let's just keep building. I think that's the plan. This would be part 3 for anybody who hasn't seen the first 2. Follow the channel. There will be videos, parts 1 and 2. This is part 3. I don't know how far we're going to go. I don't know how long we're going to go for. We're just going to keep building until something happens.
So what you're saying is you want people to push the buttons, the like button and the subscribe button and the bell button and the button and the other button?
The like, share, subscribe, ring the bell for notifications, lttstore.com. But we're not done. In fact, this is where we left off with a lovely operating z-axis. And now we are currently on the step where we are going to be building our x. Well, x and y, realistically. We got to build the x, and then we have y. So let's just move this out of the way.
And it open the destructions.
It is great working with a tiny little printer because you can just move it out of the way when you need to. And I well behaved myself. I didn't touch the thing at all over Christmas. 2 whole days of not playing with the printer. So the first thing we need to do is we need to put some heat set inserts into our XY joints. I'm just going to do them both at the same time to ease efficiency.
Doing the diagonal ones, but not the one up in the corner.
Correct. And I can't tell if these are ones that have to go. No, that's as deep as they go.
Because you're going to screw through them from the other side? Yep.
Okay. I think I can turn that off safely. Now we can start building. Looks like I'm going to want this one. And I dare say this one.
I think so.
Well, the nice part is there's only 2 people watching us currently that can give me a hard time about it. So, thanks for coming out. That was late notice. I thought I was going to stream earlier in the day. I decided not to and spent some time with the kids instead. All right, now we're back to our favorite game. Don't drop the stack. Looks like I need...
This is where we pretend we're in a prison movie and don't drop the soap?
Mm-hmm.
Double shim.
2 shims. Couple of those. Then 2 more of these. And then Ivan Miranda special.
He's forever going to be known as the spacer guy.
He's just such a good guy, though.
He always seems so happy on his videos. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any of his videos in a little bit.
He's kind of spaced them out a little bit more, doing a little bit bigger projects.
Rain joined us.
Hey. Rain's just ready and itching to build his own V0.
I don't blame him.
Building printers is fun. M2x10 self-tapping screw. All right, this is their answer to how to not make it fall apart. Oh, they switched out the Phillips head on these in the LDO kit for some nice hex heads.
Well, at least then you can stick with the same toolkit.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Rain, I think, said he had some other things to get through before he jumps into a printer build.
Looks nice. Now we repeat.
Rinse and repeat.
One thing I always try to do when I'm putting these things together is I lay them out on the table as I see them in the manual.
Mm-hmm.
It does help keep your brain from trying to have to
sure,
flip upside down and backwards. Two of those. Bearing stack.
So are these the front belt idlers?
These are the XY joints. The idlers are already in place. What?
I don't know. Oh, I think we need more spacers. Good evening,
Found it.
Becky.
Found it. It was hiding in the box.
In another part?
Inside another part.
Yeah, with them being small like that, I can see that happening a lot.
So it ended up looking like that. And then where my thumb is that little spacer. And I knew I printed the right amount because it tells you how many to print as part of the instructions.
I'm surprised you didn't print a couple of spares.
I contemplated it. For that inevitable rolling off to Narnia moment.
Mm-hmm. These things do happen. Seems like your lights keep flickering.
Well, that's not fun.
Isn't that? Are you not seeing it there?
I don't know. I'm paying attention for it.
Nope, it's the camera refocusing.
I think I turned off manual focus the other day.
That's okay. That just means you can hold things up and we can see them.
Like that.
Hooray!
That's another one. Okay, now we need a rail. A rail metal piece here. And our frame member. M2x6. Wow, I'm so popular, the Russian bots are already back.
Yep.
That's great.
Nailed them quick, though. I do have a question when you get to the measuring stage of this.
Okay.
They measure from one end, 25. I wonder if that centers that rail.
Well, we're going to have to just find out, I think. This is something for the manual one. Oh, that did flicker. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, guess what? It's centered.
Nice. Don't forget your little guide imajigs to center the rail.
I did forget my little guide imajigs. Thank you. Wow. I guess I need a coffee or something here. What is happening? Double check. check that we're still 25.
I haven't been 25 in forever. That was a good year, though, I think.
From what you can remember, because it was so long ago. There we go.
I think that was right around the time that I went to Canada for the first time.
Uh-oh. Okay, good catch.
Got to pay my wages somehow.
Now I need a couple. 2 nuts here. 2 nuts here.
And
2 on the opposite face from. Okay.
Okay.
Now what we're going to do, stick a couple of these in. I said in.
In, on, around. Maybe you have to loosen up those plastic parts a bit.
I might just have to.
Oof. Lining up those nuts is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why they don't have you put half of that clamshell on with the 2 nuts, then put your bearing stack on, and then put the other piece on with it on the rail.
That's a great question.
Seems like it would make it easier.
Seems like it could. Now it needs M3 by 6.
On the bottom, and 3 by 12 on the top.
Interesting. Only 3 of them because that one is for an adjusting peg that goes in.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a thing. I got an idea.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to treat them like T-nuts.
Yep. How much fighting do you want to do?
I don't know.
You can do the bottom one that way too.
I could. Let's try one side this way. And depending on our success rate, dictates the other.
That didn't work out well at all.
That was like okay, that's the pro tip.
Install the nuts on the part first and then slide it in like T-nuts.
Slide it in like T-nuts.
Except for this side, you're going to have that one extra.
But it's one.
Sure, instead of 6.
And I betcha if we jump ahead a little, M3 by 16. I can
do it with that part too.
Yep.
Look at you getting all fancy.
Well, I can't really see why you wouldn't need to do this right now. It's not going to interfere with anything. And at the very least, it helps keep it in alignment. And if I have to take it out, so be it. But I mean, that's
Easier.
together.
That's much easier than trying to get those hex nuts in the right spot.
Mm-hmm. Now it says not to tighten it up yet because you've got to fit it to the inside carriage. I remember that much.
Okay. Where you use your M2 by 6.
All right, check my work. I want a bearing up here and a bearing down here. I want a bearing down here and a bearing up here. My work is good.
Hooray.
M2 by 6.
Flathead.
Yeah. M2 by 6 button head. M2 by 6 flathead. I really like that these bags are labeled exactly.
With the same nomenclature and everything.
Mm-hmm. None of this trying to guess or
decipher or
put screws down right where you're going to put your printer.
Well, that we can still do.
See, because this
is just to the top of our frame.
And it doesn't fit exactly in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
It fits in the middle, but it's not.
Sure.
It's got a little
play. Adjustment you can make there.
It's got to play left and right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get one anchored in, and then we're going to do the other side.
And then you can adjust that rail to be centered.
Correct. And I'm going to need a smaller screwdriver.
So let me read ahead a little bit.
Uh-oh. Going ahead.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Trying to figure out what goes up here?
No, not at all.
Oh.
We were just talking about the putting those together, centering that rail, and I'm thinking to myself, how do you square it up then and make sure that it's going to move and track properly and all that kind of fun stuff? I answer that question like 2 pages forward.
Good.
I had a question, I answered it.
I'm glad I could be of service.
Hopefully that tape gun in the background isn't making too much noise.
No, I don't think it's too bad. Just goes to illustrate that we're just people.
Well, yep.
Okay. Yeah. See, and then the next step is to put this thing on. What? Come on now. Also, I'm not
M3
going
by
to.
16.
It's already in there.
No, another one.
Oh, yeah. I haven't tightened it up yet, so. What's interesting is they don't.
They tell you, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
okay. Square it up and then tighten.
But how are you going to tighten that one with the other one in the way?
Well, you don't. Yeah. There's a silliness involved. Oh. Speaking of silliness, let's pull these little plugs out.
Might be helpful. And they say move it all the way back to where it hits the A and B motors.
Yeah, A and or B. Really? This requires standing.
Not a fan.
Because what you want to do is.
But while you're standing, if you could tip that up so we can see what you're doing.
All right, let's see here. Can I just do it this way?
Thank you.
So as soon as I tightened one,
it said, no, I don't like that.
It pulled itself off the rail a little. So what I'm doing is just applying even pressure to the corners.
Mm-hmm.
And using that to snug up my.
Move pretty smooth.
Moves pretty smooth. Can't forget to tighten these back up.
That would be bad. Nice.
And I just got to get the ones on the underside.
See you, Fernando. Have a good night.
Night, Nando's. Must be 9 o'clock.
It is.
And so now,
I just saw a whole nitpicky thing.
okay, what do you got?
Look at the bottom,
Yeah.
all the way underneath. The feet.
Yeah, they're swiveling all over the place.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay, I saw the back two weren't pointed the same direction for the overhang angle.
Yeah. It's because if I take and tighten down those rubber feet a lot,
Mhm.
then they lose some of their springiness.
Okay.
So I keep them a little bit looser until I've got all the skirts in place.
Okay.
All right. Next up,
More rails.
more stuff. Okay, it looks like we need 3 to the
on
outside,
the
2 to
outside,
the
2 on
inside.
the inside. And if that wasn't in stereo for everybody, I tried.
Outside. Now, for anybody who is planning on building one of these and not using the panels, any of the times where you've seen it say put 3 on the outside, you could skip that step. Same as the 2 that you put on the inside of the front rail here. Those are for, or is it 4 that went in there? The ones that went in here.
Counterpoint. Instead of skipping it, where it's going to be a giant pain in the backside to ever put it in again, you could put them in there and either leave them loose, which means they're going to rattle a little bit, or put them in there with their screws to hold them steady. That way, if you ever decide in the future you want to add the panels, you have that option.
Yep. When doing it with the screws, you just got to be aware that the screws are going to give a little bit of...
Make a little mark inside that channel.
A little mark inside the channel, but looks like we need some M3 by 10s, which I conveniently have right in front of me.
Front and back.
In your front and your back.
Hey now.
I'm really digging this color combination.
It's working.
I wish I had done more of the elegant teal, I think.
Okay.
I was skeptical. You know, it's blue and orange. Blue and orange go together fantastically. If anybody is ever looking at a printer and they're like, I don't know what colors to use. I don't know what looks good. I'm not, I don't have the artistic eye. Grab yourself a color wheel from the internet, just a basic one, and just look at complementary colors. Then look at tertiary colors, and you're going to get the 3 colors on the color wheel that work together the best. It's done for you.
Those are handy. In fact, there are virtual color wheels available.
Yeah.
We've used or purchased several of those for the coloring channel.
That's on there. That can move nicely. Now, I did have this blue part, which is just a screw for a end stop, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It cracked. No way around it. Just a teeny tiny little. Hang on, let's see if we can capture it. See, just a little hairline crack.
Can't quite make it out.
Right there.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, this is not. There we go. Teeny tiny little hairline crack. So all I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a little bit of super glue on the end of a knife here and fill the seam. It's not a structural part. It's not going to impact it.
It just has to give something for a micro switch to trigger against.
Yeah. And it's only cracked on one side. It is still screwed down, so it's not like it's problematic. Super glue is just being a little bit difficult. There we go. These things, they happen. The trick is not panicking, knowing that also in the future I can always just replace that part if I want to. Won't take much. Even though I just super glued it on, it won't take much to crack the bond that's holding that on, and then I could change it. All right. Belt time.
Belt time. I really, really need some part of that printer to be named suspenders.
Aha. Rainbow suspenders, in fact.
Then you can have belt and suspenders.
Build plate.
So they say to put one belt on, trim it, take it off, and cut your second one to that one's length.
Well, what's interesting is, okay, let's take a look at this real quick before we start going here. This
Something
is just
doesn't make sense to me.
This is just illustrating the belt path as there is going to be a belt. We need to make the
the head for it first.
And then
or carriage,
routing
I guess that's a better word.
Routing it in such a way that connects everywhere it needs to be.
So that 3 parts and 3 threaded inserts.
My least favorite part of this is that you can't mount it. There's not enough room to mount it to the rail and then pull the belts tight. You have to kind of mount this thing in midair. Now,
so you have to put the belts on before you mount that part?
Yeah, this part has to hang out here, and you got to put the belts through because there's a couple special fasteners. These special T-nuts.
Okay.
Which are labeled thusly. Oh, I had it, and then I moved.
Run the belts first. Install and tighten belts prior to fixing the X carriage to the rail cart. Shnikes, that's difficult.
Yeah, it is not an easy peasy thing. because they also want you to tension it first as well.
Oh,
Well, put it on there and then tension it, and hope. The other thing is you got to hope that you don't have too much slack when you put it on. Now, just before the stream started, I mean, Bob watched. I put the heated inserts in this because I knew it had to be done, so I just did it.
nice. Now we need to put those Maker Beam XL nuts.
And this is genuine Gates belt. It is the good stuff. Gates power grip.
And say hello to Grant.
Oh, hi, Grant. I don't. What are they? M3 by 8.
Two of them.
But button head. It may seem silly to be using so many different types of nuts and bolts and stuff here, but it's
okay
really
with that
important.
part.
It's really important to follow what they've said because they've designed the parts
And the
around
movement paths and
around the knowledge that this button head won't interfere with the next part, or in the case of needing to use the
flathead screws underneath there.
Flathead screws instead of the button head screws. Again, it is designed for that. Part.
Yeah, that's a design choice that I can understand. This tensioning the belts before it's attached thing just seems like it's more
I made that mistake. You gotta, well, it is. So first things first is make sure your motors are all the way to the back, like to the outsides, because when you tension these, it draws the belt path in. So if I'm stringing it and my belt is over this way,
you got no more room to go.
I got no more room to go. So back these off as much as they will go without falling off, and just push the motors to the outside.
Okay.
And get yourself your silly string, and we're gonna start belt pathing. Now the thing with Core XY belt pathing is you gotta follow the pictures and you gotta go slow.
Okay. There was a thing earlier in the instructions about, in typical Core XY design, the belts cross, and we're not doing that. Something along those lines.
They don't cross.
It's interesting.
They do other things. Now I like to start with where it goes through the motor section, because that's the part that has to have the teeth to teeth. There's no other way for this part to have it other than tooth to tooth.
Okay.
Whereas every other part that you're stringing here could go, these smooth idlers could go either way.
Sure. The only other part where you've got that level of consistency is on that piece that we're not going to mount yet. They have to go through there a certain way in order to grip.
Yes. And you'll see that when you go to do it. Geez, Jason included like enough for a real size printer.
Well, you got to do 2 belts. I wonder if you... No, that's probably silly, just to cut the whole thing in half and use that as your length.
I'm getting real close to that concept.
Because if he gave you enough for 3, that's going to shorten you where you don't want to be.
Well, the big thing is there's definitely enough that I can give myself, a good 4-inch tail. I know I'm wearing a black shirt and you can't really see much of it, but Oh yeah, there's more than plenty here.
So now that you've cut that one, use it for length on the other one, and then feed it through.
Could. I don't.
Okay.
Again, I refer to like they've got some good drawings here as to how it's supposed to be routed.
So you're doing the A belt.
This is the B belt now.
Oh.
So
Next picture.
I don't know if you caught that trick. What I do is I feed it in from this side and up and out, wrap it around and put it back, and then stuff it back down, and it grabs on. It's very. There are some printers where it is very difficult to route the belts. These enclosures around the pulleys and everything are snug. I'm sure we'll see more of those as time goes on. Otherwise, when it comes to belt routing, do whatever works best for you as far as how you get it through the slots and around the holes. And
I usually try to go just through the belt loops and around the waist.
see, and I don't. I try to actively avoid such things. And I have left over. Oh, let's see.
A lot.
6 feet of belt.
Oh, nice.
So I am going to double check that I have contact on all the points needed.
Contact.
And then I'm going to double check my paperwork here.
Oh, I see. You could clamp down one side of both belts with one of those nuts and then tension the other side.
That's kind of the hope. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was just thinking about how are you going to grab all 4 belt ends and tension this and tie it down? That's a lot.
It is a lot. This is a whole lot worse on large Core XYs. The small one, it's the fiddliness of it that gets you. But looking at everything, I feel like I have all my belts routed properly. So I can trim.
Knowing that you'll have a little bit more trimming to do in a bit.
Oh, yeah. And then we have some belt to put in the spare belt pile.
That's a good pile to have.
It is a good pile to have. So, as you were saying before, this part has teeth on the back, which you can't really see, but that's how you know too that you've got them in the right spot. And knowing from the past, you really can't put these nuts on yet. Orange filters.
Yeah, on the glasses so she can see better.
Oh, is that? I got to get something. I don't like driving at night.
The yellow tint on glasses, even if you don't need glasses, makes contrast pop, and it only takes a couple of minutes to get used to the tint to where you don't notice it.
So my prescription glasses have a yellow blue light filter, they call it, on there to begin with.
That's different slightly. Even just yellow safety glasses make a huge difference, and the amber ones are even better. That's one of those things that my grandfather showed us way back in the early 90s.
With the blue blockers.
They were not that brand because, not that bougie, but they did the same thing.
So what I did here is I did exactly what we said. I clamped one side down, pulled them tight, fed them through the other side, and now I'm going to put the clamp on. But I'm not going to tighten it up yet.
No, you have to.
I have to pull tight, but you can't feed these through
with the clamp on.
With the clamp on.
Now I've got the clapper theme in my head.
Okay. The easiest way to make sure you don't also, on any Core XY, it's very easy when pulling the belts to rack your gantry because your belts are not equal. If you keep it compressed to the backside, for example, where you've done all your squaring, when you take this and you refund these, if you keep it to the back, it maintains your tension for you.
It seems like a good place for a temporary zip tie.
On bigger printers, I've actually even used a quick clamp.
Yeah.
Now, before we get too carried away tightening, I want to make sure
all of your pulleys and make sure your belt is where it's supposed to be.
That all my belt is in the middle of my pulleys, which it was not. It was sitting on the lip of a couple.
Hi, Duff.
Mr. Duff.
Mr. Duff. Would it make sense? Yeah. On the back side there, where you've got both, does it make sense to feel the difference between the two there and see if you need to pull a little extra on one or the other?
No, they're pretty good. The big thing too is it's like I don't even have any belt tension on my tensioners yet, so it's really gonna, like, you can really fine tune it then because I can adjust just a little bit. I do really enjoy these belt tensioners I put on. And then there also becomes a point where pulling on one undoes the other. It's a thing.
It is a interesting movement system where each motor moves the thing diagonally.
One motor will move the gantry diagonally. Now, M2 by 6 button head screw.
Almost lost my mouse for a second.
Mouse trap.
That was always a fun game.
Really was. It's kind of one of those things that, like, makes you want to become an engineer.
It gets you interested in Rube Goldberg for sure.
Yeah, it does. Now, I haven't cut my belts yet.
Just in case.
It's like the eternal horror of mine. Because right now, with this attached, I could back one of these set screws off a little and tug it some more. There's not a lot of room back there,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also really easy to over torque these parts into the metal and into the plastic and crack and strip things, and
Sounds like a bad time.
bad news bears. All right, instructions.
Belt tensioning.
Let's see, can I get a little bit more out of this? So now what happens is when you tighten this, it puts a lot of pull on these belts. Those are quite snug. Those are delightful. Thanks. Now, one thing that I'm noticing is missing is
the step where it says trim the belts.
There's that, but also these 4 screws for holding the motor in place.
Yeah.
They're loose.
Yeah.
So we're going to tighten those up. Because you need to loosen them to adjust the tension.
Yeah, but then you should tighten them to hold it.
Yes, you should. And now, I started with the motors all the way to the outside. With the tension I've applied, which is a considerable amount of tension for it's a small printer, so the belts are going to feel really, really tight. But I'm still to the outside of center, so I've still got lots of room to adjust as over time these things start to soften up. And
sure, belts can stretch.
well, I guess I can get rid of these plugs because that gantry is not going anywhere.
I always worry about overtensioning and putting strain on the bearings in the motor.
Yeah, there is you can do it. In this situation with this being a smaller printer, these are very, very snug,
mm-hmm.
but it's also spanning from there to there.
Mm-hmm.
And from there to you're not, when on my bigger printer, the belt path, you can get a good solid half inch or more of deflection.
Yeah.
This, if you scale it, 1/4 inch of deflection, that's still plenty of.
Mm-hmm.
You could loosen it as time goes.
Time for some print bed parts.
Yeah, I think so. Now I am just going to leave the belts all
until they get in the way.
Octopussy for now, yeah. Now, I need to locate the bed. And then along with the bed, a few other things. Namely, the rest of the drag chain. I I need to find.
We're gonna skip a couple of steps here too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get the wiring together on the. I'm gonna have to do that maybe off camera. There's a step where we need to solder on some wires on the end stops. I'll have to see what the wiring hardware has, to be honest with you.
Sure. I was thinking about the step where it says to attach the heater to the build plate.
Yes, we're going to skip through a lot of that. So for anyone following along anyone following along at home, we are now on page 88 of the manual. And it is asking us to prepare the bed. So at first we have to put some heat set inserts into some printed parts. And I say, no, we don't. We have M3 knurled nuts.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, these are great. After the build of my V0, I ended up buying some of these myself. They took forever to arrive.
But we do have to put the magnet on the build sheet, right?
I think so. All right, so we're skipping that. Build plate, magnetic sheet. Let's move the printer out of the way because we can. Let's have just this way. Inside this little baggie is the single JST connector you need for the thermistor wires.
Because putting it on the wires would just be too much.
Well, it won't route through the drag chain that way.
See, that's...
Okay, and so now we have, I think we got to peel this.
Ooh, look at that.
Get ready for the glare.
That is pretty aluminum.
And wow, that is, I wouldn't say it's the finest. Like I've definitely milled some smooth aluminum. This is pretty stinking smooth.
Looks pretty good.
Looks good.
The only thing you could do further would be polish it, and that's silly.
Right. But you see how it's got some lap lines in it?
Yeah.
But what we're going to do with any magnetic build plate, we're going to clean it before you touch it.
With the alcohol?
Yeah. Even though I just peeled off the backer, right, it's the first time it's seen people since it was packed up. Who's to say it was cleaned properly then?
Or that there isn't residue from the protection film or...
Yeah.
Does that magnet have holes?
I muck it did. It does not have holes.
Could that be an issue?
I don't know. Let's take a look. No. So what we're going to have to do is not throw that out just yet. There is some lock nuts in the kit here.
Oh, we can't put that on until we put the... Got it.
We got to skip ahead a couple steps and double back a couple steps. It's going to be a thing. This is also part of the whole. Sometimes you got to read the whole manual.
Manuel.
Sometimes
Duff says the guy grinding those plates could have been eating Doritos while he was doing it.
Why are you watching me grind plate stuff? So what we're going to do is we're going to lock these in. Now, this was a step that when building the last Voron, the VAS V0, when it was the 0, Chris Warkocki and I both noted and said, got to change. Because originally these were loose. That was just...
Why would you... Okay.
So what we're going to do is use 3 of these lock nuts. And we're going to
This is where your electric driver would be nice.
Yes and or no. This is, however, where my M3 nut driver is going to come in handy.
Duff says he's a member of your OnlyFans.
Oh, okay.
I think you're going to need a wrench because that screw's too long.
I'm hoping there's a hollow inside the shaft of this nut driver. We're going to find out.
We are going to find out.
Guess what we found out?
Right now.
No hollow. And I don't have a 5.5 millimeter screw.
But do you have an adjustable wrench? Man, now you're following the Prusa manual.
No, these are channel lock branded as opposed to.
Sure, it's just every time they have you hold on to a nut in that one, they use
Yes.
pliers.
Yep. One
is the loneliest number.
It'll take 2 seconds.
As long as it's got enough torque to get past that lock nut, it should be much better.
Should have the right head.
That is a handy little case.
Yeah, when the magnets want to align properly.
Nice. I think I'm going to have to upgrade to that one.
Like watching paint dry. Finish off the last bit with that one. And next. Yeah, it's funny Duff mentions the OnlyFans. I don't have an OnlyFans. That's a good joke, though. But
Onlymonkeys.com?
I do have one of those buy me a coffee link things if anyone is so inclined as to support the efforts of what we're doing over here. I greatly appreciate it. It is not required in any way, shape, or form. Eventually, one day, there'll be maybe channel memberships and things like that that we can look at. But for now, this is what we got. And although there is 4 people currently watching, like I said, there is going to be more on the replays as it's the holiday times. We're coming up to the end of the year where people are finishing up their Christmas stuff. They're getting ready for New Year's.
Any plans for a big New Year's Eve party?
Absolutely not.
Fantastic.
Since we are potentially on the... It's weird kind of talking to the future, but this is January or December 27th, 2021. We are into our second year of COVID. The Delta variant is going insane. The Health Canada is currently saying at this point, everybody's going to get it.
Yeah, that's where we're at with Omicron.
So we do our best to be good, productive members of society.
Well, and safe.
It's really all we're going to say about that. Do your best. Be a good people.
You know, you've got a couple of days left before the New Year's.
Yep.
You could fire up a couple of printers and make some trinkets for the kids.
Look at that. Still.
Look at that. You know, like
that's
the year glasses or whatnot.
Yeah, I should make some of those for the kids. Maybe if I got to just design them real quick.
Get them some of that bubbly apple juice.
Yeah.
My folks did that a couple of times when we were kids. Except, you know, without the printers, because that wasn't a thing.
Having installed a fair number of flex plates in my day, get one edge fully lined up with a little bit of it peeled off, and then carefully go underneath, start from the center, work your way out. From the center, work your way out. You don't need any special tools, just your thumb. On bigger printers, I will actually use, I usually wear gloves when doing the bigger printers because it's easier to get fingerprints on the base stuff. Just use IPA and use it to push, like to let it kind of break the surface tension. And there we go.
Oh, okay, on top. So the only problem I've got with that is IPA breaks down adhesive.
Yeah, I don't use it underneath, only on top.
So, but as you're pushing and it drips over the edge, that could be a thing. If you're doing a large build plate, there are weighted rollers specifically for doing countertop laminate.
Or even those spudgers for doing vinyl decals and stuff.
Yep.
I did a 410 by 410 Wham Bam flex plate. Just my bare meat hands.
If you don't have a weighted roller for the countertop stuff, a full can of soda also is helpful.
And now we have the cutest little build plates. We should design a little build plate holder for these things.
Is there any registration points on this for lining those up? Oh,
can't win all the time, Bob. Okay. Now then, in an effort to make my life infinitely easier, I'm going to feed these wires in now, as opposed to trying to fight it while it's in the machine.
So, because of the LDO kit being the bestest thing since the sliced bread, we skipped the printed knobs with the heated inserts. We did good knobs. We skipped adhering the heater to the bed because it came that way.
Yep.
We don't have to install a thermal fuse because it's already there.
Yeah, we'll go back. I'll show that in a second here.
You don't want to do that?
No.
Does that get in the way of the channel underneath that plastic part on the side there?
No, it's an open channel. It's not, you don't have to thread through it. But my favoriteest trick of all with drag chains is bust them up into chunks if you have to. And just clip it back together.
Also, because there's nothing there right now, drag chains flop in one direction, right?
Yep.
So if you flipped it the other way and fed it through, you wouldn't be fighting the flop.
It is, yeah. You kind of lay it out flat and feed it through a bit. And now comes a little you can't see me, but I can see me action. Got some handy dandy bed springs.
Am I mistaken, or do those springs have specific colors for different tensions?
I wouldn't say they have specific colors for different tensions. I would say, though, that in the 3D printing sphere, we have found that these yellow style like this are really stiff. And on a bed, if you're going to have springs, which you only need to have bed springs if you are manually adjusting the tension. Oh, hang on. Bob may have been onto something.
Let's not tell him.
Ah, don't tell that guy. Okay, let's just pull this off then. Shh, never happened. So these have some pretty good tension on them. I believe what I want to do is feed it down through this hole. On many of the one major flaw of the Voron manuals is that they kind of leave how to route wiring up to you to an extent. They've provided a lot of really good channels and good locations to do it. The actual process of how you do it is kind of however you'd like to do it. Bob was right. Hashtag. I'm not worried about setting any kind of tension or evenness right now.
No, you'll have to do that when you level it anyway.
Yeah. What I will do is just make them so that they're all approximately the same. Just makes it a little bit easier later. And with bed springs, you kind of want to keep them in the middle, like in the first half compression. Now, I believe there is some rooms for some zip ties here. Let's put this all the way up.
There are holes for zip ties that are fairly well marked.
Yeah. No, it's not horrendous, right? I mean, we've definitely seen worse. And the handy dandy LDO kit comes with a bag of them, if I can find them. They're in the electronics, yeah. In the electronics box. The LDO docks, I think they do. I think they did include some stuff with it. Wow, these are the smallest, thinnest zip ties I've ever seen. These are tiny.
It's hard to get scale because
Hard
I've
to get-
got some small ones as well.
Yeah, these are 2 millimeter wide.
2 millimeter wide. Why do I ever put my calipers away? That's the question.
Because you're crazy.
Yeah, these are 2.5.
2.5. That 0.5 millimeter is always catching up to us.
Oh, that's funny.
What I'm doing right now is just forcing these wires up into this channel. Zip tying them. Clipping their tails.
Tail Layman, this is horsehair.
Horsehair.
There used to be a couple of furniture builders on public broadcast many years ago. And every time they would talk about, their paint brushes or their finished brushes or anything like that, if it was made of horsehair, they said it in a really funny way. It was hilarious. I can't for the life of me remember their name, but they were interesting guys.
Richard Crook. I don't know about everyone, Richard, but this is where Bob and I are. And it's a good time. This is and LDO put ferrules on the wires already.
Oh,
and they're labeled. They're labeled.
Are they labeled with polarity?
No, because they're not crazy.
I wouldn't go that far. They did make a Voron kit.
All right, so like you said, Bob, I laid it out in that direction, fed it through. This time I added a little bit of electrical tape on the end of the wires there. Oh, excuse me. And yeah. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just continue feeding these wires through to the underside here. Clip my drag chain on. Realize I put the drag chain on backwards.
Backwards?
And unthread it.
No.
No. Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm.
Oh.
It's not difficult. I've definitely done worse. When you realize you've done it backwards and there's 17 wires in the channel.
Sure. I guess you've only got 4 in there, so it's not so bad, but
yeah.
Still.
I'm also trying my best to make sure that these don't crisscross and wrap over each other, and there's no point in adding any binding to them before getting shoved in this teeny tiny little drag chain.
There was a comment earlier in a different chat. So I'm going to put a statement in the private chat.
Okay.
Crimp-on drop cord for wall plug. No, Richard, we're not plugging this stuff direct into the wall. We got a whole power supply to put in there.
Oh, Richard. Grounding wire, Bob, is what you're saying here. It doesn't have one.
Okay.
not everything's pre-attached in this, so I'm not sure if maybe I'm missing it or not. I don't know.
Well, the way Jason's made this kit, there'd be a provision for it on the bed.
Well, let's take a look.
And I don't remember seeing one.
There is a threaded hole on there.
So perhaps in the wiring kit, there's a spot. There is one.
Oh, let's take a look. Might as well do that now.
Mixed opinions of whether or not it's necessary, but
bed ground cable.
You know, occasionally I pay attention. I mean, I don't pay much.
And you don't get paid. Oh, and he labeled it. Of course he did. All right. So let's take a look here.
I know it's not strictly necessary, but if it's in the kit, we might as well.
Drag chain, I think, is too long too.
Well, if it doesn't fit, then
it must have quit.
Just take a couple of links out of it because it's unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that I don't want the drag chain being too long that when this gantry is forward, the chain pops up and prevents its and prevents it from homing.
Oh, sure.
As you can see, it's already.
I can't see.
Well, yeah, hang on. So it's already prevented this from going back any further.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just from having a little bit of tension on it. So I pulled 4 links.
That's an interesting note that's not in the documentation.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just one of those been there, done that kind of things.
Sure. I think there's a lot of those been there, done that kind of things in these instructions.
The Voron is not your first build. It is not a first build printer. Any of them, really. Any of them. There's not a first build printer. Now, I don't know if there's going to be enough room to feed this in.
This is what we were talking about earlier with another guy building one, is you get used to it a certain way and then you realize just how spoiled you are when you get to one that doesn't have it.
Right. Well, and it's because of little things like this that I don't tend to wire on stream. But the people spoke, and the people get what they want.
Let's not go that far. Because last time I checked, Duff was people, and he wants only monkeys.
He does. But he lives in Alberta, so you got to cut him a little slack.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Spent about an hour chatting with a guy in BC today. It was a good time.
Oh, good times. Yeah. Mr. P. Layman, you're correct. And I'm going to follow that information. There's just no way I'm going to get this fed through this chain with all these wires in here.
I think you'd have to feed it with the rest, wouldn't you?
There's literally not enough room.
Uh-huh.
There's a standard crimp connector on the end of this thing, and it's tight as is to feed the wires.
Yeah. So you almost have to put it in first and then the other wires?
Yeah, but it's a 24-volt bed. The grounding is unnecessary. I think this might be one of those holdovers from the V0
From the 120-volt bed?
when the 120-volt bed. Because that you definitely want to ground
Or
out.
more specifically from the AC bed versus DC.
Correct. But see this big fat thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I flattened it in order to get it in there a little bit.
You'd have to put it in before you put the rest of the wires in.
And then hope it didn't jiggle around.
PLM says this is why you never crimp before you're all wired up.
Correct.
But for a lot of people, crimping is the hardest part.
Crimping ain't easy.
Crimping ain't easy.
I'd have to pull the bed as well to make sure. And there's already a thermal fuse on here, which is, again, a carryover from the AC bed days.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to omit that. And I will be more than good.
Well, I can't think of another printer. I know none of mine have a grounded bed.
Correct. Nor do they need it. So now what I've got here, I don't know if it's going to pick up on camera. Well, let's see. It's a lot of black contrast here. I'll put my hand back here. So there's our drag chain. And if I bring my gantry all the way back,
It clears.
it hits when it's at max position.
Okay.
But I can't take an extra link out, I don't think. Let's take a look and see if I could maybe afford to do that. Because I've got the bed at max height, and that's when you're going to have the most tension on it.
Sure, when it's going to get in the way is when it's up top like that.
And when you need to have the longest amount of drag chain.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take off an extra one. And this is one of those things that inexperienced builders might not recognize. I'm happy to call it out here because it's why we're doing the streams. It's not expressly for me. I know how to build a printer. I'm doing this for everybody who doesn't, and because it's fun. It's very much fun. Except when you lose a screwdriver. Then it's not so much fun.
Which one are you looking for?
I'm looking for the one right here.
That's a good one to find.
Just tightening up our little screw and nut that we put in ages ago for this drag chain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mike. Orange.
Good evening, Mike.
It's an orange printer frame, Mike. It's orange. There we go. That is... Now, that is a tight bend at the top.
Mm-hmm.
That is at max height. I can also set my end stop. Well, I don't even know if it goes that high to begin with once you get the tool head on there.
Sure.
But I really don't want this thing.
Well, if you've got planning for later for different tool heads, it could never be in the way.
Right.
Regardless of how you design it later.
All right. We are now going to skip some pages, and we're going to jump to page 102.
What?
Yep. The rest, what it's talking about right now is wiring up some end stops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Attaching some end stops.
Right. Well, guess whose soldering iron isn't set up for end stops right now?
Well, I don't know what to tell you about that.
Because my soldering iron is set up for threaded inserts. But what we have next is another panel.
I think you need another soldering iron.
Okay. Listen, I'm not making big YouTube money here.
Not yet. And not with that attitude.
Yeah, P.L. Layman, he knows. I've also been electrocuted by a lot of different voltages.
Correct. I don't recommend it, but sometimes when you're bored on a Friday.
I think everybody needs to get electrocuted once.
Can confirm.
I think like until you've been zapped. When I used to work in the trades, you deal with all kinds of people, and I've met electricians that have never been electrocuted, and you can tell because they want to live change everything, and they
don't show it the respect it deserves.
That's right. It's respect. I learned the respect of heights the hard way. You got to respect those too.
And safety barricades.
Safety barricades, like you only get it's funny because I make a joke of it, but you do only get one shot at this stuff.
Correct.
If you don't respect it, it will not respect you. It doesn't have manners. Like 3-phase 460, 3-phase 600 makes you go oi when it goes pop. Reaching over an air conditioner, taking 120 in the arm because you weren't paying attention.
It doesn't take a lot of voltage.
Nope.
And
even though you may not die from the shock, it'll hurt.
There was one battery bank I was working on, and it was basically a bank of golf cart batteries. And with the wrench in one hand, removing a bolt from one side of a 6-volt battery, the sweat on my arm caused a short enough to leave a burn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mike's, never let the machines win. Says gravity wins. Gravity did win. Gravity and I are not friends anymore.
Rapid deacceleration is not fun.
Yeah, the fall was fine. The stop was not. But on to better and brighter things. It's another matte panel.
That's so pretty.
It's so nice. So nice. And I do like that this goes in now this way.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. And now I get the joy of lining it up. And I have to
Lining
use
up all of those little nuts.
M3x6.
Yeah, Duff, circuit testers are a thing. Use them.
Yep. And there will be guys who are like, I don't need that. And be like, yeah, well.
Just those little cheap $5, is this circuit live or not testers?
Mm-hmm. And before anyone asks, no, your tongue is not a circuit tester. And I say anyone, but I mean Richard.
Well, Richard thinks your board should go straight to the wall without a power supply.
Richard thinks your board can go to the wall without a power supply. And guess what? It can.
So, silly question.
Silly answer.
Did you line up just the one side's nuts, or did you line up the other side while you were at it when you could move the panel?
Both.
Nice.
So before I even put the panel down, I kind of laid them out in a rough approximation because I kind of know. As part of the conversations that have been happening offline here, but yet oddly enough online, my V0, which is another build that was done over on Chris Warkocki's channel, my personal V0 is going to be getting rebuilt as a 0.1 ish. I'll have a 120 volt bed. I'll have, some of the different features. Like I won't have the bigger AB motors, the standard ones. And I'm gonna put a Duet Mini 5, a Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus in the back of this instead.
Okay.
Not an official Duet board. It is a clone board sold by Sparta3D. I picked that up over the weekend. And it's going to fill up. It takes over quite a bit of real estate back here. And it's going to be a fun one. So there'll be videos on that. We'll talk about that as we get to it.
Oh, Dave Wheeler and Greg's Maker Corner.
Hey.
Good evening, guys.
Welcome. I cannot tell you how nice these panels are until you see them in person. Like you can tell it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
Just no gloss, no texture. Just flat, dead sexy.
It looks good against the orange.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Mike will tell you anything looks good against the orange, but okay. We're on to the print head.
Oh no.
Yeah. Let's take a hydration break.
Oh.
And oh, good. Fire up the old heat gun. Yeah, you're right, Duff. The panels are just absorbing the light. They're crazy good.
Greg, what color of V0 are you going to build? And what color printed parts?
I think that's an important question.
Because they need to be Sparkle ABS parts.
If they're not Sparkle ABS, I don't really want to know. I don't think there is another color but Sparkle ABS.
Not for this build series.
Oh, buddy, we are into the good stuff now. We're getting some fans together here.
Do those words mean what you think they mean?
Mm-hmm. I need a hot end. And I need a heater cartridge and a thermistor.
Black frame with silver and black parts.
Allowed. Oh, wow. I found this in the box. And it says Bowden tubing.
Oh, look at that. It's clear.
It's a clear
What?
Bowden tube.
I need details.
It's not PTFE. It just says Bowden.
Okay.
I'm going to say it's probably a PVC. It feels PVC-like. But for a reverse Bowden system, that's going to be a thing.
Clear would be so much better on all of the things.
All of them. So many more of them would be better that way.
Saving a blue and black ASA for a 2.4 build.
Okay. Pause. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody. This gotta wait. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm a bad person. The cable kit.
Yeah.
See the top 3 insert lines on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end stops come with the cables on them.
I don't have to bust out nothing. We're just going to start installing.
Well, see?
Jason, you did it again.
Good morning, Goob.
Mr. Goofita. All right. So this has got an SKR power. 24 volt in power. 5 volts to PSU. Okay.
It has to be really, really early for Goob.
USB to Raspberry Pi. Look, it's got a USB connection on one side
and power on the
other.
Look at that.
The buck converter. Some lovely braided line. Oh.
The kit's
Now.
just too good.
Now, are the fans long enough? Are we even talking? One wire spliced. Like, I don't know if you can tell. I'm pretty happy about this.
You're about to make a mess.
Hey, family stream. But I'm about to make a family stream.
Oh, that's
dude,
funny.
This takes so much time off. And Bob, you're right. Put the link in there. That's great. Greg's right. It's going to knock off so much time. Because what I can do is I can go back now and I can actually put some of this stuff on. End stop X, end stop Y. All right, we're going to roll it back up. Roll it up.
This is not a baked beans commercial, but I'll allow it.
M2x10 self-tapping. Those were...
Mike says he can't believe you doubted Jason.
I don't
You're
doubt
gonna have
Jason.
to send him a Christmas card.
I don't doubt it. I honestly don't doubt him at all. I didn't even think to look because I'm dumb.
Well, and it's a matter of you built a kit before and it had it a certain way. The instructions tell you it's going to be a certain way. So that's the expectation.
Right.
It's just that we keep running across things that go so far beyond the expectation.
Beyond the pale. Just delightful. Now what's really gonna stink actually is that I can't attach this with that screwdriver.
So Duff has given us a wiring guide from LDO.
Where it probably says, "Hey, Jordan, don't be dumb.
So there's
Read my
that.
instructions."
I'm going to put it here as well for later.
And I can update the video description with that link later. So for anyone coming across this later,
well, it's in the chat now.
It's in the live chat replay.
But
if for some reason it doesn't translate, I'll add it to the. I've just attached this one.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm going to attach
details on custom printed parts there too.
I didn't see much in that respect.
Greg's going to record a video on the LDO wiring soon and add it to his build series. So that'll be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That PVC wiring channel is something special.
Yeah. Man, not having to solder these is just, I can't believe I. And then the Z one already has the lever removed, and it has the JST connector in the little baggie, because at least this is how I did it last time, and how I like to do it is you can feed the wires through the channel, through the through the extrusion, I think is how they wanted to do it. Or is this one goes differently?
You've got the X and the Y done?
X and Y are done.
I was reading some other things here.
This one is about to be done here.
So that looks like an additional part that you're going to throw onto that rail.
Yeah. This is again where,
and then you just feed it up and over. That would work perfect.
Just up and over. And then there's a little hole in that back panel where it goes through.
Yeah.
That's what that little slot is for. And again, we're going to put this on with a couple M3x10 button head screws.
Self-tappers. Nope, that's the other ones.
Did the self-tappers.
So that must be a couple of M3 nuts that are not
specified. We're going to use them like T-nuts, though.
In-stop mounting. The two M3 nuts are dropped in from the top.
See, and that's funny because there you can get to this channel right now, and you could drop those those in, no problem. Or
just put them on the screws.
Just get them started.
Slide it on.
Slide it on.
Tuck your wires through first.
Give yourself a little bit of slack. Careful not to chew up your wire. Actually, I'm going to put the wires through after because they get in the way. So I can feed them through now and then. And that we're just going to let that float for now.
Set up its final position later.
Yeah, I'm just going to snug up the screw just so it doesn't rattle around on me. Or loosen the thing. But wherever it's sitting right now is not its final resting position. And the big thing too is make sure that this screw here, which you cannot see, there's a screw on the Z, on the linear rail, the lead screw mount, sorry, that should make contact with the button.
Okay. Yeah, the one that
you'll
was
know
tall.
Yeah, it sticks out of the top. You'll know you have it backwards if your screw, like if your button is on the inside, your button needs to be on the outside of this plastic part.
Closest to the screw.
Yeah.
Closest to the lead screw.
Closest to the lead screw, yeah.
Those are the words. So now your iron should be heated up.
More than. And we move back down some pages. So, that was great. That was a real good pick-me-up. Honestly, these LDO kits, man, they're just so good. All right. Need 3 of these. Let's do a little tidy real quick. So on this flat piece, they go up in here.
Don't sneeze. That part looks pretty thin.
It's very thin.
You got that little curved arm piece too?
I got it right there. So then I got this curved arm piece. Let's stick that in there. Using the table surface to
make it flush.
Ensure that it goes flushy flush.
And it looks like you need 4 more inserts and some round pieces.
I'm just scrolling ahead right now to see where else I might need inserts in the next few steps.
Other than those round pieces, I don't see any more.
Oh, do they go in those?
Where was it? Page 106. lower left.
Oh, good call. I didn't even catch that. Yeah, let's do those right now, because that's it. I thought these were just offset spacers.
That's why you let me hang out with you.
Didn't know they're structural. All right, well, that's going to be a thing. Heat set inserts. Doesn't say how deep they need to be, so flush it is. And I'm sure it's been covered 100 times before, but let's do it right here, right now, because I can. On your typical heat set insert, you will have a blurry camera. You're going to have a thin section and a knurled section. So this outer section is a thinner lip, and then it's a couple knurled sections afterwards. None of this is probably coming through on the camera because I have bad camera. I have the camera that works. Come on. Go.
There you go.
Okay, so the part that's on the tip of the tweezer is the thinner section, then two knurled sections. When you place it in your printed part, put the thinner section in first, and it kind of holds it in there. Then when you press it, that leads the way.
And guides.
Well, that leads the way, and also now my knurled fitting isn't falling all over the place. Then I'm able to just push it on this, try to be as perpendicular, straight up and down as you can get it. No need to worry about a twist. Like you can, there are some people that when you're doing them by hand with not this fancy LDO tip, put them in, give them a little twist as they go. You don't need any of that. It'll just, you're melting plastic around a brass thing. It'll just goo up a little, and that's that.
Well, and the twist could do more harm than good because the knurls on those go in opposing directions.
Correct, they do. And they actually, if you watch it very, very carefully while you're setting it, you can actually see it twirling itself in just a little. They cool down pretty quickly. Try not to overheat your hang. Don't burn your fingers, like Mike said, but I've put enough heat set inserts and touched enough hot things in my time. But we're shutting down the iron.
He appreciates your slap mat.
He does. Now, I'm going to tell you guys this because it's on live, but for the rest of the year, which is the next, 4 days?
Mm-hmm.
If you go to Wham Bam 3D and you use code MM2021, you can save 15%.
And you don't even have to switch to Geico.
Thank you. I was waiting. And you don't even have to switch to Geico. Look at BMG.
BMG. Lube your bearings.
Yeah, I've never seen that step before on anything, but hey, what do I know? So there's two different hob gears here. One has a hole, one does not. That's it. Use the one that doesn't have a grub screw hole. Grub screw will come later. Interesting. They're saying lube your bearings. Don't forget to tip
smooth operation.
Don't forget to tip your waiter.
Because you do want it to be a smooth operator.
Oh, yes, you do. just because Mike is good people, Mike gets a wrench. Always have a paper towel nearby to wipe your hands off when you're dealing with the grease. Becomes
Some alcohol is a good thing to have hand nearby too.
In your belly.
That too.
Okay, check orientation of part. Make sure that gear is aligned whole side, and then press.
The next page would like you to find the short end of the shaft.
Uh-huh.
It's right there in red letters and everything.
Short end of the shaft. I mean, this is one of those things where, again, the instructions are going to call out something, and I bet you I don't even have to think twice about it. 1, 2, 3 millimeter on the dot. Because this is the greatest kit on live.
So we've gone from a smooth operator to a 3 millimeter. Those could be made to rhyme.
They could also be made to clip on a couple bearings.
It's silly they say put the bearings on to make sure they fit, and then take them right back off.
I have to imagine, and I don't even know why I'm doing this. Some of these instructions are built because of the kits
Sourcing of parts
that they get. Some of the sourcing material that they use. So it looks like that bearing just fits into there. PTFE tube. And there is actually a small chunk of PTFE tube.
Probably way longer than you need.
Of course. And you guys. Okay.
So here's where a nice chamfer guide would be good.
Here's where not a silly sin would have been good. So they say to insert the PTFE in the bottom of this part.
Uh-huh.
And then make sure 7 millimeters is sticking out the other end.
Yeah.
Do you see much of a depth in there for that PTFE to stick into?
Just about 2 mils.
Yeah, just about 2 mils. And I'm noticing that the filament path coming in the top of this thing is actually curved inward.
Okay.
Doesn't make a big difference, but...
Good evening, Justin.
You know what? Let's make this part 9 millimeters long.
That's a silly short piece of PTFE.
Yep. To the point that nothing's going to hold it in for the time being. So I'm just going to put it there. We're going to keep moving.
Okay. Add some gears.
And we're going to take this. And we're holding it in this orientation. That goes in there. Let's find the grub screw that they don't specify to use. Good.
They kind of do when they say check orientation. Make sure the grub screw has sufficient contact with the flat.
So there should be in this bag a M3 by 2 millimeter grub screw. It is a teeny tiny little grub screw.
It's a teeny tiny printer.
Mm-hmm. One wrong breath and you're out. But the reason for it is if it's too high up, which you won't be able to capture because it's like a millimeter, it doesn't sit below the round of the thing. So you need a shallow grub screw.
Because otherwise it won't turn in the part.
Correct. They basically just need to get this thing, it looks like, just butted right up against it. So
Bottom right out.
Again, these grub screws already have the Loctite applied automatically. Fans. Beams.
3 fans in that little thing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a change from the prior kit?
No.
Okay.
However, losing the fans is a change.
You just had them and you were so happy with them too.
I did. I put them down and then, you know.
And there's the reason people let me on the internet.
Here's an idea. Put them in the box for the hot end that you're working on. So this is going to be a little bit interesting because I have to fit the fans just so.
Are those... We know that the wires are already spliced together for the fans.
Yeah, is there left and
But
right?
there's a call out for the cable path. Are both links to that splice the same?
They are.
Uh-oh.
Which is fine. There's going to be lots. Knowing this, there's going to be lots. But the big thing is you need to make sure your fans are positioned the right way. Like you want the holes facing outward.
They need to be facing the right way for airflow too.
Yeah. Don't put them in with the. But they're snug little monkeys. And it appears as though you need to get this blower fan in there first.
Before the third.
Oh. Again, I don't even know why I question anymore.
Because he says this side in.
No, because it's a sun on maglev. All right, and so that was just inserting back fan. You got to tip it in and then slap it down. Make sure your wires are coming out on this side.
And then go up that little channel.
Give them a little upsies. And
then the other fan. That you also have to make sure blows the right direction.
This is going to require just a little bit of finessing.
So I need where the hammer went.
I need it to go up that little channel as well.
You do have a hole through the front if your fingers would fit as you slide that fan down, but
this is one of those things that if the devs just If they could just find a few spare millimeters, you know.
Or even hinge the parts.
Yeah, not force everything through the same channel as well would be nice. A lot of different.
Those are words.
And you're seeing exactly why I do this on my own. With
On the other hand,
drink.
people seeing other people having the same struggles makes them feel better when they struggle with it.
Correct.
Don't
there,
believe me? Watch me struggle with this stream.
There, geez, where's my rotation? There. How my wires all tucked up. Nice.
Looks pretty good.
I don't know where these other wires go at the moment, but everything's just kind of there. Next. All right. Included with the LDO kit.
Included with the kit
is a Fetus Dragonfly.
No.
Yeah.
Too much.
Too much.
So now it looks like that Dragonfly has the groove mount on it.
Oh, yes, it does. But
none of what you're doing right now is called out.
No. That's called pretensioning the nozzle.
Okay.
While it's a whole lot easier to get a hold of.
Did you really want to do that?
Yep.
Okay.
Because putting on the nozzle, no big deal. Because what's going to happen now is I'm going to take this groove mount and I'm going to pull it off. In the bag that comes with the hot end, there is some accoutrement, one of which is a terribly sized wrench. What the? They've included the wrong ones now. So I just grabbed onto it, and now the groove mount threads off.
Okay.
And I'm left with some holes.
Screws.
And then what I do is I put this up into there.
They do make a special call to put the heater towards the backside, so.
Here towards the back, yes. And then in this kit, there is also some M2.5 screws that go right in these little holes and secure it all.
Okay.
But we're going to take 2 seconds. I put the heater into the...
Hold on. I'm going to interrupt you.
Okay.
Because Jason just joined the chat.
Hey!
And out of all the things that you've said are so wonderful about this kit,
yeah,
you also need to say thank you.
Oh, Jason, this thing's been a pleasure to build. I helped with that first beta one that we did there, and it was great. This one's fantastic. If
all the little details,
this actually makes me This kit makes me want to build a 2.4 when Jason makes those kits. Like that actually makes me want to do it because it's painless. Like this has just been a fun little. It's just fun building. I don't know. Now, do they make any special call out to which direction the wires want to be? Just to the back.
Does not say.
All right.
Maybe way later in the wiring, but I doubt it.
I doubt it as well. Oh, beautiful words or nothing, man. This kit is. If everyone's watched it, and people have reached out to me privately and said, "Where did you get the kit? How do I get one of these kits? Are they making this printer next?" And it's like, well, I don't know, but probably. I know one of the questions somebody reached out about was the 2.4, and I know that's something that Jason said on Twitter is in the works, which is why I even mention it. There's also the switch wire available.
But it's the little things that you've gone through, like the fans that you just worked on that are already pre-wired together.
Dude, those fans were amazing.
The in-stops coming with the wiring, all of the wiring being labeled.
This heater, this thermistor already having the cartridge end like style attached to it and not having to use a bead one, because the hot end, which you can use on any printer you want, the Phaetus hot ends are great for that. They come with a little tube, a little brass tube. So if you have a bead style, you can feed some heat thermal paste in there, squish your bead style in there, and now you have a cartridge style heater or thermistor. So it's fantastic.
2.4 kits soon after the new year.
Oh, I like it.
Be careful, Jason, because you're getting the guy too excited here.
Well, it's unfortunate, but he knows how to get a hold of me. I would. That would be a fun one. The 2.4 is a big, beefy printer. I know that might go into another revision before now and then. I hope they don't, because Jason just puts so much effort into these things.
It's unbelievable the amount of forethought that went into some of these things.
Right.
And for a guy that built such fantastic products, everybody I've ever talked to that's had any interactions with him have said he's also the nicest dude.
He is like the nicest person. And if I ever make it out to California, or he ever makes it out this way, lunch is on me.
Thorpe 3DO.
Welcome to the party.
Spending a long time polishing the 2.4. See, it's that polishing.
See, and I know, because again, like I said, I did the beta on the V0 and submitted a bunch of feedback on it, and all that feedback was listened to, and then some. Everything is just like, it's just a polished kit.
Yeah, it's the bars to hold the rails in. The little details that are all over the place.
And honestly, one of the big things you're going to hear from a lot of Voron people in general is that these printers they're not supposed to be kits. They're not, they're not. This is the way a kit is supposed to be. It is just, you just work on it. You don't.
I'm not wearing that t-shirt tonight, but I do have one. It says it's okay. You can be wrong. They're not supposed to be kits. You're wrong.
No, yeah. Well, for the old school guys, part of the challenge and the fun and the nostalgia of it all is building the, sourcing the parts and everything like that. Having a company in your corner like LDO, there's nothing more you need. Okay.
Getting that bearing pushed in.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to use the end of my socket driver here.
Ryan, I was making an assumption that was you, but I don't like to be wrong.
Yeah, we don't need another Sergio.
Correct.
We're smart.
I may not be smart, but I do learn.
Let me tell you, that little piece of PTFE was not enough.
You think you need 10?
I think I need to put it in, mark it, and cut it.
Oh, goodness. That's way longer than that.
Well, again, they don't make callouts for the specific hot ends. So
sure, but to say 7.
They're better off just to say measure it.
Ryan, it was somebody joined the chat we thought was Sergio, and it wasn't. So we called him by the wrong name for a while. It was funny.
Yeah, he had a laugh.
He did.
He did. Oh, that's great. Okay, let's go in your home. Are you too good for your home?
Yes.
Oh. There she goes. M3 by 35. There was a few of them here. No. Those are for something different.
Okay.
M3 by 35 button head cap screws. See, I'm reading the instructions. Reading the instructions.
Mike, we usually only call you nice things.
Okay. So now this little guy goes around this screw.
Question from Jason.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like a 10 to 12 hour assembly process, and is the stream making it take longer?
Stream is making it take longer, yes. I could probably have this thing done with the wiring. God, 6, 8.
I don't think you could go to 6.
I don't know. You've seen me work. I just get down and go.
8 to 10.
8 to 10 for sure, and it's only because again I've done it. The stream is definitely making it take longer because we're chatting, we're explaining stuff as we go, we're Oh, Ryan, don't do that. Behave. So I'm just using a file and blowing into the microphone and being an a-hole, but I'm just cleaning up those holes.
Mm-hmm.
So that I just want it to move very smoothly on the.
We got to have some free movement.
And then this little guy goes in here.
Is that a latch of some kind?
It is. There's actually a latching mechanism, this one here,
Okay.
that clips into it. And if it's, I can't really show it very well on screen, but when you lift this up, it will pivot and force the idler out of the way.
Nice.
It's a speed loading section. What is that little circle that it's calling out? Oh, that little tiny nib of PTFE that it wanted me to put in. Don't worry, I got this.
That goes there, and that goes there, and that goes there.
I'm what you would call a professional.
Is that what we're calling you now? It's interesting. On the 2.4 kits, there's a couple of rail options being provided.
Oh, really?
Either 2 MGN 9s or a single MGN 12.
I'd be interested to know
for the X.
The benefits and stuff from one to the other. Okay, I got that.
No. Backwards.
Backward? No, I did not get backwards. Just jammed up.
Well, it looked like you were pulling things apart.
I am.
That's the backwards.
And that's just because what I really should do is,
according to Duff, the problem with the two rails is alignment.
I could see that. I could, and also when you have two of something, your alignment has to be perfect, or else you can run into problems of constrainment. Like you've constrained it in two directions, and do those two directions work for what you're trying to do? Huh. Okay. This is interesting.
Is it though?
Yeah, it's a very fiddly construction because I have this PTFE that's there. I've got to get this.
You got to get it lined up so it'll go in.
Right, and they didn't. Like it has to be kind of put in at an angle.
And then your parts keep moving out of the way.
Yeah, they do.
So, as my grandmother used to say, are you holding your tongue right?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I'm definitely not making this entertaining for TV, I'll tell you that much.
Well, it's a good thing it's YouTube then.
Oh, yeah, just the right amount of fiddly. And I think I got it.
Now you got to get your screws in there.
Well, the screws is pretty straightforward because those just go in and hold it. That's fine. I think I've just got to jiggle this PTFE just a little. I need a piece of filament.
Mike says, there goes the family-friendly tag.
So right now, my PTFE that's in here looks to be a little forward, but I can't stick a plunger thing straight down because the
gears are in the way.
Well, the filament pathing actually curves in.
Really?
Yeah, it's hard to describe, but this top part has a slight curvature to the filament pathing.
That seems odd.
But right now, I am able to get filament fed in manually.
Manually?
Yep.
It's a funny name.
And they can go all the way down. So we're good.
Well then.
Next. Thank you, robot.
Oh, the bots are out again.
One could even say the bots are back in town.
You could. Not sure I would.
Not sure anyone should. I also don't know why we didn't install this.
That backplate?
Well, there's on page 116.
Uh-oh.
It's calling out
that lever.
That lever and these screws, and the thumb screw for the BMG. I don't know why we didn't just put the thumb screw for the BMG in sooner to hold some parts in alignment.
Maybe because that would be silly.
Maybe because. Because that doesn't even want to go in there now.
It does show that part going on last after those other top parts are in.
Let's just say they had a plan. I don't know.
I don't know. Ryan, I doubt it very much that this will be printing tonight. This is going on 3 hours now. And there's still a bunch of wiring to do.
Well, and there's still all the configuration and everything. This is a multi-part stream here. This is a thing.
Duff, this is not a cooking stream. There's not one finished in the oven already. I did this one earlier. Here's what it looks like.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully you got the right thumb screw and spring. The first batch had springs that are too long.
No, that seemed to grab.
Seems like you got it.
Yeah. I threw that piece of filament in a box over here.
And hello, Cameron.
I do really wish that.
Check for binding, check for clearance.
Yeah, it grabs. If I unlock it, I can
Oh, Jordan.
feed it in. I lost a screw again.
That's okay, because you're going to have to take it out anyway.
Oh, good. Okay. Check for binding, check for clearance, good. Partially disassemble. What?
Yeah.
Partially dis...
Yeah.
Why pull the thumb screw too? I don't know.
And Jason's got the answer for the springs being too long. So perfect.
Yeah, delightful. Oh, that's because Jason's the best people.
It really is.
All right, now what do we do here?
All the things.
Okay. So M2 by 10 self-tapping screws. Okay. I can get those.
Ryan, I'm waiting for Vikings fin rear. I will stay away from building my own 0.1.
Oh, I guess I should really trim these belts now, eh?
If you're going to start putting things on that front, you probably need to.
I'm getting to that point.
Ooh, customized captive tension thumb screw. That's intriguing.
What's that?
The problem with the too long spring?
Yep.
Jason says our customized captive tension thumb screw will solve all the issue.
Yeah, thread. Okay, I'm on board.
I'm intrigued.
I can already envision some of the logic there and the process. Can't see a thing I'm doing, can you?
Nope.
Nope. Great.
Just like you're a professional.
Mm-hmm. Really does take longer to do it. So I just attached this plate with the two self-tappers.
Yeah, Duff, Vorons aren't for everybody, but they are for some people, and that's okay too.
Sure thing.
But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate a good LDO kit, because a couple of bear frames back here say that they are fantastic.
Yeah, it is a shame we haven't really seen much more out of the bear camp lately. So now what I'm doing is just mounting all the little screws as it
I was a page behind.
calls for.
And then that teeny tiny little round stepper goes on the backside.
Teeny tiny little round stepper. Oh, wow. Okay. All these wires come up here.
They do.
Yeah, they all got to tuck up there. Okay, that's fine.
I don't see that, but okay.
Well, it doesn't show it, right?
Yeah.
Now, they are touching the belt here, but that belt doesn't move in this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a binding or a rubbing situation.
Nice.
Yeah. Now, motors. Next motor, if you please. It's this like comically adorable motor. Like I don't have giant hands, okay? Like this looks like I have giant hands.
But that's the advantage of the gear reduction, right?
100%.
It looks like there's a wire sitting in that cradle.
Mm-hmm. There was. And now it is gone.
So on the back side, you need a couple of screws, and on the front side, you need a couple of screws.
M3x8 button head screws. Let's get those. M3x8 button head screws. Well, and this is where we're going to run into those standoffs I made and have probably let roll all over the table.
That seems like a part that would be easier, cheaper, better to just be one metal shaft threaded on both ends.
Might be. I don't know. Oh, and of course, the thumb screw is right in the way of one of them.
Of course. Well, that's why they had you take it out a couple of steps ago.
Logic prevails. Oh. Oh, I see.
Do you?
The motor has threads on the holes.
Jordan?
Yeah.
There's a gear on that motor, right?
Already installed.
Okay.
Now what I need to do, put the thumb screw back next to that, is thread that little guy onto there.
Mm-hmm.
And then thread that there. Did anyone get the new Orbiter V2? I have one on the way, Ryan. Actually, I have two on the way.
Spoiled.
Well, I didn't know one was coming. Okay. M3x6. M3x6. M3x6 button head screws. Duff's recounting his life as a Sparta guy.
We do enjoy our Sparta.
Oh, I love it.
There are loops for zip ties for cable management.
Indeed. I am curious how they expect the...
Up both sides of the motor and then out the top.
Yeah, I've come up all one side of the motor, which is fine. Because then what I'll be able to do is just wrap it to the back here.
So what they... Apparently there's a notch there on the side for the cable tie.
There is a little loopy thing, which is going to break the second I put a zip tie through it.
Okay.
Here's a fun one for you, Bob.
I think you mean the other thing.
Yep. That was the last real hardware stage.
Electronics and wiring. Okay, then. So, you ready to jump into that?
I don't know.
You want to pout about it for a minute?
I'd like to put this thumb screw in properly. There we go. Okay. Really? You're going to have me VHB it?
Well, before we go there, as everything else we've seen so far tonight, let's just double check and make sure there's not something better included in the kit.
No, there's some good VHB included in the kit. I looked. I'm just gonna see about this zip tie through here.
You want to show us?
I would if I could. However, it's like I'm dealing with a 2 millimeter zip tie on the far side of the motor, and I'll show you when it's done. You wait your turn.
Duff. We talked 3D Musketeers into ordering a batch of Sparta, and so far, he's been impressed. And if he's not, we take his cat away.
I was gonna say if he's not, well, too bad for him.
No, we're worse than that.
Oh, these zip ties are so good. They're like a vinyl stretchy. Oh, they're nice. All right, as you can see now, all my wires come up tucked up nicely underneath the backside of that fan shroud and shoot out the backside there. And now what I'm going to do is
route to the top for that strain relief.
Route them all up to here. As nice and neat as I can.
So is there a like an umbilical that goes to this with a support and everything?
I don't know about a support umbilical or anything, but I do know there's our favorite Prusa style wrap.
Okay.
So,
did you use the partially threaded screws for the AB? I didn't find them until after I was done. I'm not sure what we're talking about there.
Partially threaded screws for the AB. I'm going to say no. Maybe? Noby.
We used the parts that were called out as they were called out, so.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably these ones here. Are you talking
so
about
that it would slide more smoothly on that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I assume you got to tighten them up one way or the other when you're there, so.
Sure, I can see tensioning on threads being slightly more friction than smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Binding into the part and whatnot.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of using the threads to help lock the part in. Right, and so when you want to adjust your tension, you've got to loosen those screws just a little, so that I'm not relying on this to hold my motors. My motors are locked up firmly through there and with that. So
belt and suspenders.
Wow. Okay. Now, if you would be a deer,
or
maybe a goat, and check the LDO documents for me, please. There was a call out regarding the mains power supply.
Okay.
I didn't see this page until after I had printed all the parts.
Okay.
And there is a section in there that talks about not needing to print something or something to do with the mains power inlet. I don't recall.
Kit should include a pre-wired AC inlet. Double check to make sure it's the right layout. And there's a guide.
Mm-hmm.
Inlet cable attaches
And I'm
to
gonna be
wires.
a bad person, and you're not going to see the front of this for a bit.
Oh.
Well, I can't tip the whole thing upside down to put so you can see it because, well, you just won't be able to see it.
So you need to open this guide because it's telling you specific positions for layout of the mains power supply, the 5-volt power supply, the AC duct, or not the AC duct, but the PVC duct.
Yep. Yeah, that's on the back.
Down to wiring the electronics is on the back, but up top is all on the bottom.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't see anything about different printed parts, though. Maybe I just haven't got there yet.
There's something about the AC inlet. Ryan, what do we call the theme of this printer? I don't know, man. I don't really have a theme this time.
No, it kind of just says screw the AC inlet in.
Huh. All right. I did make the AC inlet.
This is the Sparta Special. That's the theme.
Sparta. Oh, this guy. There's some fuses in the baggie with the AC inlet.
Spare fuses?
There's a fuse already in the inlet.
For crying out loud.
Actually, there's 2 fuses. There's a spare in the spare holder and one in the location. I wonder if they're the right amperage, or maybe
Hold
that's
on.
why the alternatives are.
Back step. It's an AC inlet with a fuse.
Yes.
That has an integrated spare holder.
Yes. I've used these before. They're all I buy for my printers. And that's going to go in like that.
So there should be some pre-wired jumpers on the back of that AC inlet.
There is, and then I have to add some.
You have to add the actual wiring.
And if I don't add it now, I won't be able to get to it later. Dun, 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 dun.
So they've got the SKR and Pi laid out slightly differently from the official assembly manual. Maybe that's what we're talking about.
Maybe. Duff, you're correct. The original V0, their original call out, I believe, was just to cut and splice wires in. That was it. There was no There was no AC inlet. That was a mod, if I'm not mistaken.
V0 was a silly power cord with a switch inline. That sounds.
Yes. And then the AC
wanna...
inlet came later.
Okay, that sticks out from that back frame, so that's going to work.
Yeah. I've just kind of started taking it to the YOLO mode here. I just need to find the M3x8s.
Welcome back, Viking.
I don't know about going strong. I'm still going. Kind of breaking some of the house rules.
You really are, aren't you?
It's Jason's fault, really.
Well, it's nice to not be the only bad influence.
That, and quite frankly, we got people watching, dang it.
11 of them.
Yeah. Earlier, I was like, oh, there's 3 people. My wife asked me the earlier day, she goes, so when you and Bob are doing this, are you just doing it for yourself, or what's the deal there?
Ouch. Right in the feels.
And I was like, no, there's sometimes people who watch too.
You know what's interesting?
Many things, but what do you got this time?
In some of the pictures of the placements, they show the bottom of the printer without the skirts.
Skirt.
But then they skip to the next step, and there's skirts.
Wow. Who's the smart guy who didn't see that there's a threaded insert on this part?
I just came to that page. Yep, we got the Viking shirt today. So there's our Fenrir logo.
Fenrir logo. While that's heating up, I'm going to put on this other part. I'll spin the camera around eventually, and you can see what I'm doing here.
So Ryan says I'm paying him, and Mike says he was promised pizza. I'm not sure who our publicist is, but they're lying to folks.
Yeah, and I kind of approve.
Yeah, it gets butts and seats, doesn't it? So we do have a bit of a wiring guide here.
Cameron, no, I missed it, and then didn't use it because it's a 24-volt DC bed. The ground is superfluous in this situation. If this was still the 120, I would have ripped it all apart.
Did you see the note on the power supply to double check the voltage selector?
No, I always do. So glad I turned on that. soldering iron for one threaded insert and then shut her down.
These things happen.
Yep. That's okay. I've always said, when it comes to 3D printing things and all the stuff that I put out there and do, it is important to show the successes and the failures.
I think failure's a bit strong. Let's just call it an error. Duff says, so I switched it to 220 and walked away.
Mic drop.
Don't drop Mike.
I don't know. He's pretty fancy.
I know, but he always lands on his head.
So, do you remember this 1 foot back here?
Yeah, the loose one.
There's this one back here that had a weird tab on it.
For screwing into that threaded insert.
Screwing into that threaded insert I just put in.
Oof. Ryan. It's a bit below the belt.
Well. Okay. So there is what I've been working on.
So we got our 5-volt power supply and we got our mains input.
Yeah.
The cord seems a little long on that mains input.
That's going to curl over to here.
No.
Yeah.
It's going to go down.
Well, you know what I mean. Don't judge me.
Well, it is a means well power supply.
It does mean well.
It does mean well.
It does man well, too.
Manuel? I do like these PVC wire ducts, though.
Yeah. If I was a power supply, where would I be, Bob? There I am.
That's where you'd be.
Right there, in the box.
Just put that anywhere. Input voltage.
The input voltage.
On the side with the holes.
Yeah, it says 220. Oh, I think I know why, because you can't really get to it once you put it in.
Correct.
All right. It's kind of saying just
taper in.
Taper right into the back corner. Should you distrust modern adhesives, you can alternatively mount it by drilling 2 holes in the deck panel and securing it with 2 M3x6 button head screws. That's funny.
Wow. Just wow.
I will say I'm not a big fan of VHBing the panels on.
No, we've seen those falling off.
Yeah, I got conked in the head with one. That's going to be part of my V0.
That was the day you were silly and invited me to join you on these things.
So I'm just cleaning everything because clean things are happy things when dealing with adhesives.
Brian, VHB tape is the equivalent of automotive body molding adhesive.
And the kit comes with some legit 3M VHB tape.
Very high bond.
And we also don't play around. I'm putting on a lot.
I have a pair of scissors that have a non-stick coating specifically for this type of stuff.
I'm sure you do. I have a janky knife and my shirt. See if I can use the snips instead. Yeah, those work better. I think that's going to be enough.
It better be.
Now again, you gotta press it down. Get it bonding to that surface. VHB tape is the stuff they use to stick GoPros to race cars.
It's also the things they use to put trim kits on all cars.
Yeah. I got a roll of the really good industrial one in the garage.
It's a close cousin to pipeline tape, but that stuff is nasty.
All right. Line her up. Smack her in. And yes, there is. Duff points out that the build of materials should have some covers. There is a printed. It's a printed cover, is what Duff's referring to.
Printed to be fine.
Printed is fine. I didn't print it because.
Oh,
well,
you know,
doesn't mean I can't print it. Jeez,
if you put that on one of the sides, it might be easier for you. I guess not.
On the face is good. It fits nicely there. Now we're gonna pull out professional tools.
To the driver of the screws.
The other, you want to know the other big reason why I would love to build a V 2.4 instead of a V0?
Room to work.
Room to work.
I can see that being an issue.
Uh-huh.
This is where you get one of the kids with the itty bitty hands to get in there.
Oh God, no. While we're not on stream, I got stories to tell later.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, Meanwell is like the the best when it comes to power supplies. And they do have some that ship with that stuff, but not all of them. And the amount of people that I have watched in the trades take those things off and chuck them across the rooftop.
Right into traffic.
Yeah. I'll have to tidy that up just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's what the duct is for.
Well, this doesn't go in the duct, it looks like. I'm kind of right now jumping back and forth between the LDO
You have to.
dock instructions and the V0.1 wiring kit. Just because you have to. Okay, so now 24 volts in. It doesn't really matter which direction that wire goes. That goes to the pi. 24 volts in to the SKR. Okay.
So you need the cord that goes from the main well to the 24 volt supply.
Yeah,
Are you going to do the ducting?
I will. The thing is, it comes as one piece.
Yeah, you cut it to 16 mil.
16 centimeters, you mean?
16 centimeter long section. Yes.
Yeah. I don't have the snippies right now.
Aha.
They're out in the garage. I didn't honestly think we were going to be getting to this point, but we're doing it. So we're doing it. I'd like to just get underneath the printer wrapped up here. Because right now I've got a couple wires to hook up to this power supply, and then it's pretty much wrapped up, and we can stand the thing up and go.
Never look under the skirt again.
Ooh, and ahs. What I like is because there's plenty of wire here for hooking up power to the SKR and all that. Like, this wire's got lots of length on it. I don't know. See how.
So you'll be able to tuck it away.
So you can route it nicely, tuck it up beside the thing, and get it up where you need it to go. This finger duct stuff is the best. This is what I wanted to use on the tool changer.
Okay.
Because it comes in like 2-inch width stuff.
Yeah.
And then you can just run wires out the sides as you need. Oh, so good. So good.
$12.50 to $14.50 for the 300/350 size 2.4, depending on where you live for taxes and stuff.
Well, and we know that the best place to buy it is going to be Sparta3D.ca.
That is our 3D printing crack dealer of choice.
Yeah, and our other favorite one for the Americas is our good friend Mr. David Randolph over at Printed Solid. However, Printed Solid is currently sold out of Voron V0.1 kits. So if you want one, there is one place to go. It's the best place to go. Okay. Now,
yeah, every time he opens it, Duff's right. Every time you open up another one of those matte black panels,
dude, those matte black panels, they're just,
see?
Like, you can look at it. It's just eating up the light. Like, it's ridiculous. And I think on the bigger, like 2.4 with these panels, oh, it'd be sexy. Okay, I digress. Let's say the red wire is the positive wire. That's a good number to call it. And let's go with the green wire as the negative. Sure.
Are those my only two choices?
You know what? The pink wire is positive.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding, by the way, for anybody who doesn't. Don't wire your stuff like an idiot.
Hey, listen, if pink and green are the colors you got.
Pink and green, if pink and green are the colors you got, use what you got. But please use the right color wire for the right job. Reds, like we have all these colors for a reason. Positives, negatives, blacks, reds, whites, you know. Green for ground.
My wife's in chat.
That's fine. Oh. Yeah, Jason, this panel is the best panel I've ever seen on any printer. Period. It's like it doesn't show all the fingerprints. It's not all like the texture. The problem with texture one is if you want to stick like that VHB tape on it, you have one side. You can't really stick stuff to the non-textured side. Or the textured side, sorry. The textured side kind of defeats the purpose. But then on some of it, like this stuff, it gets scratched up from the manufacturing process on the glossy one. This stuff is like meow. It looks like all the wires go up that way. Okay. So let's do that.
Yeah, Duff, this is matte on both sides.
It on both sides.
We're just talking about on the textured sheets, typically it'll be textured on one side and smooth on the other, but it'll be like
scratched,
glossy smooth and just the slightest scuff.
Slightest scuff messes with your duff. I went there.
You went there. You went all
It's
the way
almost
there.
midnight. You just deal with it. Hydration. Okay, so we've got to mount some panels here. I wonder if... Yeah, okay. So this is what I'm dealing with right now on my undercarriage. Looks nice. And that's without having the nice duct in there. I'm almost wondering about just mounting the skirts now.
So the wiring you've got running there.
All of it's going to come up this corner.
Well, the 24-volt in should come up between the stepper and the AC inlet. Take a look farther down the LDO wiring.
Yeah, it's kind of
you want to bring everything over to that center channel so that you can use that duct.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I can bring it. I mean, there. Now it's and then that comes up this side with the bed and everything. Really, I mean, I could bring it. I could slide this little component over and bring the wiring. There's lots of room. It's fine.
You know, personal preference.
Personal preference.
I'd print off a little clip that to slide into that 1515, and bring those bed cables and whatnot just straight up over the edge. zip tie them to a printed clip, and then bring them over and up that central umbilical.
Yeah, we'll maybe get there. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay.
You see the difference in the placements?
Yeah, I'm also just looking ahead at this panel that it wants you to put in here. This little guy, which I think I let fall down. Just this little one that goes up here.
Okay.
It's a nice panel to block all your wiring and stuff.
I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, it's later.
Way later.
Yeah, it goes in. So it goes in right here. And then there's a little clip to direct your wiring. I don't know why you wouldn't put this in before you do all your wiring. And I'll even take it one step further. I don't know why you wouldn't preload your zip ties before you install this part.
Have a good evening, Viking. Get some rest.
Good morning, Viking.
Is there screw holes left over in the bottom for mounting that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so weird. It's something that they added in the thing. There's actually, remember I don't know if you remember, there was 3 threaded inserts. 2 of them
that you
got
pushed
used.
in deep, and one of them was just flush.
Yeah. But I think it'll be easier for me to put this panel in without having to fight with the boards being in the way.
Okay.
Because I can actually get the screwdriver in there.
But then when you go to putting those boards in, you got to deal with all the wires that you're pushing through there first.
Oh, I'll leave the wires hanging out the top still.
So then how are you going to feed them through?
There's a hole.
So one at a time in it instead of just grabbing the bundle and slipping it over?
No, they'll fit all through this hole at once. It's fine.
Okay.
The only thing I don't like about panels is when the backer tape wants to be stubborn, but look at that. Oh, Bob.
Yo.
Light bulb.
Is that what that smell is?
Yeah. 2.4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Big giant ass printer.
Mm-hmm.
Big matte black panel.
Okay.
Taylor laser etching.
Okay. Laser etching on black, not going to work out so well.
It looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, see? It just goes like that. It's beautiful. And then this is wanting 2 mg by 6. You see how not having a board in the way right here
Yeah.
makes this just a little bit easier. I realized I'm going to have to, when I convert mine, so the V0 has a panel down here because they had all the electronics underneath. Oddly enough, everything was crammed underneath.
Mm-hmm.
So this back panel, well, there was the Pi was up here, and so was the main board, and then there was power going down and power coming up. Like, it was just a nightmare. But this,
so if the Pi and
panel,
the main board were up there and the powers were all down below, isn't that kind of what we're doing here too?
there was something else down below. I can't remember, but yeah,
you would have had your relay for the bed.
This panel was down here, and everything had to come through. Where I like this one up here better.
Oh, there's two things. So you would have had your relay for the bed.
Yeah.
And you would have had the extruder motor.
Then there was a whole extruder back here. Yeah.
Being Bowden.
Being Bowden. All right. And we have a Raspberry Pi, Model 3B Plus. We have a micro SD card. We have a Big Tree Tech.
Have a good night, Jason.
Good night, Jason.
So it looks to me like those mounts have holes for screwing them to the board or to the background.
I'm gonna have to say it's probably along the same lines of if you don't trust modern adhesives. Let's scroll back up because I'm all over the place right now.
You really are. But I think for this step, you want to be looking at the LDO one.
Looking at the LDO. Okay. For this step, I'm still on the apply heat sinks to the heater.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be quite fun overkill, but I could put an octopus in this thing.
You could. You could put an octopus on that one and run two more.
Oh. And it's about the size of the printer. Like, I'm not even kidding. The octopus board is giant.
Yeah. Oh, that's not so bad.
It just doesn't fit.
Little rubber duck inside.
Yeah, the duck has to go back in there. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I made the mistake. My wife said, "You have a problem." And I said, of course, the natural comeback of, "I don't have a problem. You have a problem."
That never goes over well.
And she said, "Yeah, my problem is you."
See?
See? It was a bad backfire.
Too many rubber ducks.
I don't know. Not enough. This bigger one must be for the SKR board.
I would hope so.
Might as well attach it all to this panel thing first and then deal with mounting the VHB and everything.
They do say M3x6s.
Is that Nando back?
That is Nando back.
Or is that Nando front?
Both? Usually when you get one, you get the other.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not really good with this 3 dimensions thing.
Wow. So all of this was because you were trying to print your report for school, huh?
Yeah. It's the other reason for going a little bit longer here. I've got some school stuff to sort out before the beginning of, in the beginning of January here. So I'd like to get this out of the way and off my plate.
Mm-hmm.
And printing parts for his little buddy. So there is one SKR board with the thing on it back. I'm just going to put that up here for now. Let's mount the Pi. Yep, any spot will do.
That a 3?
3B plus.
Nice.
And it looks like these lobes go to the top. And these use the M2x10 self-tapping.
Because why wouldn't they?
Well, that's a Pi thing. You just can't get away from that. Did you eat dinner earlier?
Nope.
Bob Carnes.
That would be why Renee stopped in to say that it was done.
Oh. I don't think we're going to go as far as wiring all this up. I don't like doing wiring late at night.
Correct.
It's just something simple as like, okay, I plugged the fan in, I plugged the motor in, I plugged the thing in, I plugged that in, and oh wait, I just plugged the heater into this by accident and vice versa. Or...
Sure. But you put the boards on there, you lay them out, you get them spaced, and then you do wiring later because you still have to cut that channel.
I got to cut that channel. I might I need to get a vote from the audience, I guess.
Well, let's see how big our audience is here. We got 7 folks with us.
Okay. Yeah, now that the big shot Jason's not here, everyone's like, all right, I'm out of here. See how it is. Wiring. It's not very much on this to wire, realistically. It's like 5 plugs, a little bit of tidying. Like, these wires get plugged in. These wires get plugged in.
Yeah.
All these wires get routed up and plugged in. This is not a, okay, you need to cut the wire to this length. You need to do this kind of thing. On camera, off camera, what are we feeling here?
Well, I think that the wiring's simple enough. You can do it on camera or off, either way. The other thing is you've got configuration to do to set it up.
Right.
That could be on or off as well.
That's what I'm
But I think
wondering.
the two things kind of go together.
I'm definitely feeling there is going to be a screen sharing, commissioning type setup. And we'll go through the things on that.
And we know you've got some experience doing that, so it shouldn't take a horribly amount of time.
Right.
It's not going to be like 4 hours of screen sharing the setup for the printer.
Right. It's not like I need to be building the tool changer configs from scratch. And
So Mike's put in a vote for no.
Well, that's already a vote for no.
Because that's option A. Do the wiring and configuration on a stream. Option B would be do the
those
wiring
two
and
things
configuration off camera.
First,
come back for a short follow-up.
Well, we just start her up. Like, yeah, Mike's got a point. Okay, let's do it. All right. To the LDO instructions here we go. And we're going to look at, where do we put this little guy? Now, I want to be able to get to this SD card.
Which you can do if you put it in just a little bit. Looks like they've got it kind of lined up with that one. Is there a screw there? No, that's the mount underneath.
Again, clean.
You know, I love our friend group, but they're not very helpful for making decisions.
Correct.
Fernando voted yes unless a no is required.
Of course he did. Okay, let's do this. Let's take this cord.
And let that help you guide it.
That's my max.
But you still want to be able to get to that SD card up there.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of want to bring that side in line with that set of screws.
It's going down right here.
Now you have access to the USBs and the Ethernet as well.
And the SD card I can get to right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is pulled snug.
Goob. Mike, we're still working on leftover ham, so pizza's going to be a while.
Now we finished up the Chinese food, and now they're saying steppers.
Steppers towards the outside.
All up along the outside. Kind of. Right. Here.
Mm-hmm.
And don't push on the SD card holder. Llama taught us that one.
There was more to the story, but Llama was talking, so I kind of zoned out for a minute.
Cool. And now I should be able to.
Uh-oh. Go from there to there. And that's where that ducting is going to help. Don't.
Yeah.
Because it's going to sit up and you're going to have that duct to tuck it into.
Hey, there we go. That's a thing. Yeah, Nando, adhesives, man, they're everywhere. Okay.
I see what you're doing, and I don't approve.
Uh-huh. Is that what you see? A is this one above the board, and it goes to the first spot right here.
A is the one above the pie.
B is the one above the pie.
No.
Yeah.
Page 135.
I'm looking at the LDO instructions. And this is where if they had just put those little...
So we're backwards.
And you know what's funny? There's the A motor, which goes into the top. B motor, which goes into the... I can always flip them if I needed to. If for some reason it's doing the silly.
And this is why we don't do wiring after 10.
Yeah. Well, look. 2 different informations. But we've seen so far, trust in Jason. Okay. I need the motor cable. The is into our third spot. Just a bit of a cable.
Just a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you'll have a way to hide that.
Yep. End stop X or end stop Y, sorry. 1, 2, 3. Y end stop. Like we're just going for it, Bob. Like that's it. The time is now. I'll do the cleaning up of the wiring offline.
Ah, there you go. And then you come back for a quick configuration and a print.
End stops have no polarity, so I just clip that in. It's no problem.
What do you got there? Your heat bed thermistor?
Mm-hmm. Meester, I have a thermistor.
Oh, do you now?
I did. I gotta recrimp that.
Oh no.
That's fine. There's lots of room. One of the tabs broke off. The bed thermistor should be...
Second from the bottom.
Yeah.
2 guides, both confirm.
And it... I don't really have to... And what it is the little metal tab that holds it into the JST connector.
Yeah.
Snapped off.
Okay.
But once it's gripped onto the plug, it's on there.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I might do a little Creality hot glue tab.
Normal.
All right.
24-volt power into the top.
Yep. Just about there for that. I am currently looking at page 137. If anyone is following along at home or still awake or cares.
Plus the LDO guide.
And so, okay, that goes in there. See, this is why I will do is I will clean up all these wires on my own. .24-volt power is this one here, red on top.
You confirm that with the board markings?
Here's a fun one about Big Tree Tech boards. They're on the underside.
Well, that's not good.
They needed to save as much space as they could on this thing because it goes into an Ender 3. That extra 0.5 millimeter so you can register the sides of it.
2 different wiring guides confirm positive top.
Yeah, it's backwards on the bed.
Well, the bed isn't polarity sensitive.
Yeah. Although it really should be. But this one is not.
It's a heating element. They're not really polarity sensitive.
Yeah. It's just there's no stamping on here, positive or negative, no red or black. So we're just going to stick them in. See, that's why you tug your wires, because that felt like it was all in. And it was not. And then this is the heater cartridge, which will all come up this way. In through here. I will have to clean up all my slack and everything like that.
A quick note.
Yeah.
Do you want to do all of that now, or do you want to sleeve it?
It's the nice one where you can kind of do it after.
Sure. But getting all the wires in there and then twisting it, easier when it's not restricted on both ends.
True. Let's get that on there. Let's get one of these sweet zip ties. somewhat of a decent time. You know what, Duff? You're right. It is somewhat of a decent time. I'm gonna have to dare say this wrap is too long.
Oh, that's not one that you want to just cut with a pair of scissors. You're going to want to fray the or heat
I
the
know.
ends.
Yeah, you torch the ends afterwards. Yeah. But just based on my overall length, that's pretty much all I've got because all that has to be in the. It's just one of those. If you've built a few, you know what to do. Now, personally, I would have liked to have seen some sort of stiffening wire in there. Maybe they're saying you could run that PVC tube through there as well, but I don't want my wire. I don't want my filament down in here. Although maybe that's what it's for.
It has to run up through there anyway.
Maybe I don't know.
That's why you got that holder at the bottom leg.
Yeah, but I would run it separately. I don't know that I'd want to run it inside the sleeve.
Sure, but you could put a couple of zip ties along the way and
just
use that for support.
Yeah. Wrap it up nice. X end stop is labeled X stop. Good. Heater.
The hot end fan, they've split. It plugs into 2 different points.
Well, there should be the hot end fan and there should be the PWM.
The part cooling fans plug into a connector. The hot end fan, each pin plugs in separately.
E-motor is all the way down at the bottom. Oh, wow, yeah. What is up with that?
Oh, he's got plugs on the ends of them?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
PWM fan goes. Part cooling fan is the one right next to the heater.
Yep.
Okay. Hot end fan. Okay. Interesting. It's got to be a clipper thing.
It's going to go down to that 5-pin connector.
Oh, no. Hot end thermistor.
Now the thermistor goes.
Hot end thermistor is the very bottom.
The bottom one.
Of course it is. This is the other reason why I'll redo all this wiring afterwards to clean it all up and stash it all, route it all,
In the channel.
Well, and make sure that things aren't crossing over each other that don't need to, an extra length that doesn't need to be.
So that should hit the second pin in on that jack, and then that should hit the lower pin on the plug where it goes.
This one has to go all the way up here.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
And this still has to.
Get
I'm not
secured
going to
by a
zip
couple
tie
of zip
it in.
ties. Yeah.
Zip ties go up here. I'm not going to zip tie that just yet.
I wouldn't until you have your full travel length set.
Right.
And your PVC tube.
Yeah.
Now what are you doing? Little dab of glue in there would be great.
Oh, no, that ain't coming out. In fact, yoink. See, the big real benefit for not attaching that, by not running this in the channel, is it can stay proud of the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like you said, I'll bring it back to here and zip tie it along the way.
Yep. But for now, you're done.
Yeah. So that's zip tied up out of the way now and giving it a little bit of support. I generally like to, if I'm going to wire a hot end, put it at its max travel.
Mm-hmm. Which then would also be off to the side.
Yeah. Either one of those sides. On this printer, it's so small, it doesn't make a difference. And then, as you can see, the wiring comes through this channel at the top here. And then we welcomed ourselves to the shit show.
Yeah, you can get that all cleaned up, though.
Yeah, I can get it all cleaned up. But everything is plugged in, wired.
So, next stream configuration, print panels.
Yeah, next stream should be configuration, print. I might throw the skirts on ahead of time. I don't know. So just get them all ready to go. They should be pretty straightforward. And it looks like it's just the panels. Which is interesting. They're applying VHB tape to the panels, all of them, ahead of time. Very interesting. That's new. And then that gets us into the panels, the hinges, the spool holder, and the top hat. We then have to obviously do all the calibration and configuration and make it all a thing.
Make it all a thing.
But there it is.
Hey, there's the guy.
It's nearly done. Just got to do some cleanup, make it nice. It's all set. .45-degree industry standard. You get out of here with your razor blade stuff. Not happening. But I believe thus is concluding our 4-hour stream. Wow, 4 hours. Thanks for everybody for hanging out and watching. I'm happy to have everybody here. And I think we'll pick it up maybe about same-ish time tomorrow. We'll have to see how it goes, but I'd like to get this fired and running. So I hope everybody who is remaining has a good evening, and we will see you later.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bob is hungry. So long.